prosecutorial excellence. Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption that after the winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up to the roof. After she emerged into the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concluded the committee's view of the case. The raincoat was on offer that night. Is that really true? We believe so, yes. And remember, the failed assassination attempt on the president of Zhangfa, I assume. The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility. But our inquiries revealed that it did, in fact, go missing under mysterious circumstances and wound up at the auction, along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever. You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat. I'll do no such thing. Thank you very much. Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you. Is it? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things, and she visited me this morning too. What exactly is she up to? Yeah, there's something up with her. I don't know what it is. It better not be, oh, I'm your friend now. Better not be. Better not be. All right. Press. Hold it! Hold it. In other words, a member of the committee was actively involved in illegal evidence trade. It is unfortunate. I do not know what else to say. And of course, we'll be looking into such activities as soon as hearing is over and done with. Must you burn her? I commend your decision to pursue the matter further, Mr. Chairman. Oh, don't be silly, Verity. It's the least we can do, really. Not that any of this is your business, Miles. Not anymore. If only you had remained a prosecutor, but you didn't. Now, if you're quite done making an old man cry over the whole sad affair, very well, allow me to continue. Hold it! Hold it right there. So, the raincoat really was one of the auction lots. That's correct. I believe it originally belonged to a Mr. Shelley the Killer. Considering its status as a piece of evidence, it's the only logical conclusion. It's from when he made an attempt on the president's life. There was an unexplained mannequin standing amongst other items on sale. Could it have been used to display the coat prior to the auction? Do we know how the items were being smuggled in? That's still under investigation, and it's entirely unrelated to the matter at hand, especially considering that you will soon officially be a prosecutor no longer, Miss Edgeworth. It sounds like an outcome of this hearing is a foregone conclusion. No surprises there. My personal circumstances aren't important right now. Please continue, Your Honor. As I was saying, the raincoat was one of the items put up for sale.
Hold it!
Why did she leave so soon after making her purchase? Because of the auction house rules. Winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately. Miss Hart pretty much told us the same thing. Miss Ringer, having paid for the raincoat, probably left immediately after in accordance to the rules. Only the exit from the storeroom was the hatch leading up to the roof. After she emerged into the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee view of the case. Oh. So, the theory is the victim and her killer met on the roof. That's when the murder took place. In other words, it assumes that the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. But is that really the case? I thought I had the evidence. It clearly shows the story of what might happen that night. Time to double check. Alright, that's out of the way.
Hold it!
Miss Ringer was a member of the committee. Could she have not left the committee via the main door while the auction was still underway? That would risk exposing the existence of those outside of the trusted circle of attendees. Given that Miss Hawk found about it, I think its existence is already well exposed. The rules of the auction stated that the attendees were to enter and leave via the hatch on the roof. Miss Ringer had no reason not to follow those rules, and given where the murder took place, we know that she must have done so too.
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had? That's exactly what we're hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday. Coercive interrogation after the fact. Something you seem to specialize in. If the murderer knew that the attendees would be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been a perfect place to lie in wait. So as I was saying, after she emerged into the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked.
Hold it!
Her flame went out. The flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth, though perhaps her flame was stolen from her, is more apt.
Objection!
But the candelabrum that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots, meaning that Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with.
Overruled!
Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing of the storeroom's existence. She could have easily snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway. If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction. That would surely clear up the matter, no? Well, either view. Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much about that front at the moment. Forgive me, sir. Is there something more we are hoping to establish further through the investigation?
Well, isn't that a shame, Smiles, my boy?
It seems the line of inquiry.
Something of a dead end then, isn't it?
Oh crap, that was the last one. Up for sale, assumption that the winning ping. I wonder if I use this. Maybe it's elevator blood. But wouldn't the attack would have been maybe here?
Objection!
No, okay. No. No. Oh shoot. Okay. Alright, let's go back to here. After you submerged onto the building platform.
Objection!
No. Okay. Kay remembers the person coming from behind the concession stand. So. Related. 11 all wearing masks. Austin continued even after the murder occurred. Masks.
Objection!
Maybe this is not where I present anything. The only exit from this room was, of course, the hatch leading up to the roof. Where is the hatch exactly? Is it a little bit up, a little bit over that little circle within a circle? Like right above. Like right above there, just a little bit higher. I don't know. She might not even be the ringleader, like, or well, whatever. This might have just been her thing. One by the victim, whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. On the hood. On the hood? Not in the hood? So assumptions after winning for pain. Let me exit from the roof after she emerged from the new power. That's when this ring was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, the flame went out. Okay, well, how about we present the red hood?
Objection!
Eh? No, anytime it's like. No. Okay. I wonder if I should press these statements again just to make sure she doesn't have like a hidden one that you have to press something and then come back and press. They didn't really do that much during these games, but it's very possible they could have had an extra one in there. They did it once in the last one, so I don't know if they do 2 in a row. Only the exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up to the roof.
Objection!
I figured maybe that'd be like a reason for her to stay, but nope, that ain't it either.
Hold it!
I don't know. I'm just gonna do this. See what happens. Nothing. Okay. Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. Where's their autopsy report or whatever? Am I not seeing it? Did they not give it back to me? Oh no, here it is. I guess seeing Rosie's pictures. cause of death was a set of 3-puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by the candle holder. The victim also suffered a hand injury post-mortem. Other remarks: potential burn mark on the back of the victim's right hand.
Objection!
No. Something tells me something here, maybe. But I wonder if Kay was in the auction too, because she had this mask. I wonder. I really do. I really wonder. Because that would make a lot of sense if she was there too. Okay, let me see here. How about this?
Objection!
No, not even that. So when was this auction? When was the auction then?
Hold it!
Let me hold it this real quick. Her flame went out.
Objection! Overruled!
Okay. Is that a clue I need to go on? Do I have the candle holder spot thing? Not exactly. Alright, how about I try the broken plushie?
Objection!
Okay, I am not sure what I need to do here. We'll figure it out eventually, I know that.
Hold it! Hold it!
I'm gonna go back and just press these real quick. In case she gets a testimony revisal.
Hold it! Hold it!
Yeah, I assume it would be right where that 240 is, but I don't have any way of presenting. Maybe I can present a candelabrum on that sentence, maybe?
Hold
Let's
it!
do this real quick. Probably done.
Objection!
Yeah. And all these responses are ones she's already given me. So that's why I'm not really reading them. If you've ever wondered. They're exact same ones from the previous case. They didn't change them up or anything. Which is fine. I
Objection!
So the paper and that did nothing. Okay. I'm gonna try the note.
Objection!
No. Damn. It may be super obvious. I don't know what it is, so bear with me here. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading to up until the roof. Wish we could look at this. Maybe the big pool of blood, because if she died on the roof, there's no way this committee blood chamber. Let's see.
Objection!
Not even that. Like, all the things I'm thinking of just go nowhere. So it's like, what am I supposed to be looking for? What am I supposed to be looking for? Because I don't figure it out. Not right now, anyway. Maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. Wondering if they could, like, there's no like statement of like she died immediately. I don't know. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
That's what it was. Ah, come on.
Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Cavell. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing? She's an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious. Well, now I ain't really an eyewitness. I'm more of a ear witness, I guess. She's not exactly the most confident, inspiring choice to help make your case, is she? I like to think I choose my allies with a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth. Then you should question them more thoroughly. Because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart. Yes, it's in the storeroom, correct? What of it? According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom. Just before she took this picture.
Wait, you're saying Gavel got it?
Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What?
Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night, you saw that the person in the picture, correct?
I sure did. Clear as day. And with my own 2 eyes to boot.
And what were your impressions at that point?
My impressions? Right here is a scoop of the old century, something like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Ahem. I was hoping more for impressions of the person in question.
Oh, that's there a walking meal ticket.
Seriously?
Just a little joke. No need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch. Old red raincoat, right? Why, I took one look at that now, thought, that's our perp right there.
And therein lies the rub for Miss Hart to have. Ah, oh, come on, I was reading that. Gavel, calm down. I need to read. It's the whole point of this thing. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you may only ask, what do you mean? I assume you're about to raise an issue of the voices that Miss heard, the voices that may be unrelated.
Objection!
Unrelated. You can do better than that. One of the voices Miss heard, really even Miss Ringer's.
You're kidding me, right? Them folks were talking crime-related turkey.
Or my name ain't Lotta Dang Tart. Ah, but did you hear them clearly?
Well, clearly rightly say for sure, but...
Gah, I can't rightly say nothing. And you know it. They was using those voice changers. I done told you that. Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we cannot even be certain that whatever she did overhear or anything that had to do with the murder.
Objection!
You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems I overestimated you, Judge Gabel. Nonsense, Faraday. The best of us, my boy. The very best. And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might have been anything to do with the murder. Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove that the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up on the roof. That we can say for certain. And I can tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went up to the roof. You see the dang hand. Point at the dang hand. There we go, the hand. Initially thought that the person in red raincoat was the culprit. Yes, that's because Miss Hart said as much. Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw on the person's hand. And I doubt that many people thought differently giving her testimony. Ergo, it is the person that is the killer, then the blood we see would be from the attacked when they attacked the victim. But knowing what you know now, the person in fact the victim is recontextualizes everything. The presence of blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. But now it tells us something very important about the victim too. This picture tells us that the victim was the ringleader, struck the killer, or survived the attack. Let's go survive the attack. There's no doubt in my mind the victim was attacked in the storeroom. But we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, I bet with the bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hands is from the wounds she had sustained. What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound? The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Witter. I'd imagine she used her hand to try to staunch a wound. That's right. While impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded here. Oh, well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it? It very much would. At least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken. After the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds. That would have been quite the coincidence. It's a textbook case. Or it's a textbook case of the wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that or pretending not to remember it. What? What fact am I forgetting? I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery. Dad, Gavelle works for me. Why don't you keep giving her orders? That's my job. You really are a total utter embarrassment. I am not. I hate to break it to you, but you both are. Go to it, Gavelle. Let Edgeworth out of his misery. As you wish. What you're forgetting. Mrs. Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in its chest. And we all know that whose wounds are from, don't we? That's right. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. I don't doubt anybody would survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I am sure you would change your mind. Nicely done, Gavelle. Now Edgeworth makes several objections. Yes, I'm afraid I will.
What? Why? Weren't you listening?
Oh, I was listening, very carefully in fact, hence my objections.
Come on, why do you always undermine me?
That's never my intention, I assure you.
It isn't?
Because you do it so well yourself. Every single time already.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that. Because I'm...
Please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sake. You have already embarrassed me enough.
Huh? What do you mean, Dad?
Hold it. 3 wounds. That can't have been pleasant. Yes. Which is why we must see that the perpetrator of the cruel act pays for their sins. Don't listen to her, Kay. She's just trying to scare you. If we could please continue, Judge Cavell. Very well. As I was saying, there were 3 wounds. And all we know those wounds were...
Hold it!
Hold it. I do. But perhaps we should ask Mr. Winner. He does, I'm sure, don't you, Eustace?
Who, me? Oh, you bet I do. I know this case inside out.
Who does he think he's fooling? Eustace, my boy. Make an old man happy and at least glance at the coroner's report, would you?
Sure, let's see. Yada, yada, yada. 3 puncture wounds, blah, blah, blah. Again, no hold up. No way. That's what they used? Crazy.
Precisely. The wounds were inflicted just as Eustace says.
Hold it!
And you're sure the stab to the chest were the cause of death? There's no doubt about that. None. One of the spikes of the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. And unless you mean to call Dr. Hurt's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as a fact.
The coroner's opinion backing up my own winning ones. Now, that's what I call flawless victory.
Well, I'm certainly not about to ignore the coroner's findings.
Hey, what about my findings? You can't just ignore them.
But if the cause of death is really a puncture to the chest from the candelabrum, that would mean it seems to contradict the other pieces of evidence we've gathered.
He's just ignoring my findings? He's ignoring me. Do something, Cavell.
As you wish. At very least, I will ensure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions.
Hold it!
But the victim may not necessarily have died instantly. I think we could say that as much, at least. Perhaps. But she would surely not have lived for longer than a few moments either. So there are people who could survive even if you stab them in the chest?
Sure, there might be. And there might not be, too.
So which is it? Trust me, there are not. And in the case you're still tempted to believe there might be,
Hold it!
Cause of death is set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Well done for reading, Mr. Edgeworth. That report forms the basis of my own conclusions. In other words, if I disprove what it says, then I disprove your conclusions too. You have the strangest sense of humor, but I wouldn't mind seeing you try. However, before you do, I would advise you to read that report very carefully. After all, I'm not interested in your opinions, only in solid grounded deductions. Very well. Then you shall have my deductions. Mr. Edgeworth, don't worry, Kay. Everything will be alright. I need to find something to prove that the victim was still alive, breathing, immediately after the attack. If I can't, Kay's fate would be sealed.
Alright. Oh.
Did they ever find out whose blood was in this box? I don't know if they ever did.
Objection!
I just figured the disproving would be her walking around with blood on her hand, but maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's used here.
Objection!
No, okay.
Objection!
No? I don't know where she was stabbed at. I mean, I don't know if that helps.
Objection!
Who was put in this box?
Objection!
Nothing. Okay. I was wondering if it was going to be one of those that you just present the thing.
Hold it!
All right, I'm just going to press these again just in case if there was a I need to redo my
Hold it.
testimony type of dealio. Could also very well be this one too. actually okay. We don't have many things to talk about head wounds for Rosie. So how about we present this? Okay, no. We do have one other head wound one. Let's try the raincoat now. I had a feeling that's where the head wound would have been the deciding factor. Chairman Winter, you know what this is, of course. The red raincoat. That's right, isn't it, Verity? Yes, sir. The one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retrending old ground here. Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you would answer me this, Judge Gabel. You told us the victim's bloodstains were found on the raincoat. But do you remember where exactly they were found? Of course, they were found in the hood and the... No. What's the matter, Verity? The hood and the blood was found anywhere else on the raincoat? No, it was not. And isn't it strikingly odd that the victim died stabbed in the chest? Stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead to one expect to find bloodstains in that area? And yet there was blood only found in the hood. That is a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound of the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injuries first. As you said, if she'd been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer could not have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But if we concede to this point that the head injury came before the chest wound, what offense would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case? I'd say it changed things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction. That is quite a bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. But to admit, you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction with some evidence. Would it be this?
Take that!
This is Dr. Hurt's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. What the order suggests by the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite, yes. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this cannot be brought to a close.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll go fetch her at once.
Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she'll be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there's another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about this person at the heart of this case. This so-called ringleader, who are they exactly?
Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh?
Despite having mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't even know the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We have seen nothing that might serve as clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet. But there is someone involved with the case that I can name. A suspect at very least. They might be able to point us in the right direction.
And that's
Chairman Winner, I demand you testify what you know.
What?
I like to play with fire. Fire, fire.
Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad?
Because you're a dumbass. You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee. Now I'm going to fight you with this gavel. Would you like it as a giant hammer? Or one-handed?
I don't know.
Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, the corsage, the ticket stub, and everything else the items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow by Chairman Winner himself. A shocking accusation. And one I find hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would you do such a thing? To cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please.
Fire, fire. Ooh.
I don't know. I think the good chairman might be in shock.
So what if I did?
Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much. But where is your proof, With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base another outburst on? He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center. And yet, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself. If that's all right, Mr. Chairman.
Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself.
I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find more than a fine, upstanding citizen than myself. He has a lot of nerve, acting all innocent like that. Very well. Let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the action took place right here in the hollowed trial chamber is the point of suspicion. A location that should be, by rights, only accessible to the members of the committee.
Yeah, they all have key cards to the room after all.
Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on somewhat a regular basis. And for that to be possible,
There can only be one winning explanation.
That's right, Mr. Winner. That the auctioneer is a member of the committee.
What? No!
What on earth is wrong now?
What did I do, Dad? I played right into his hands.
You did indeed. You utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite of a wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 giving Mr. Ringer unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total. Which means the auction is probably all the committee members.
Well, it certainly isn't me. And it can't be the same, man. I can't. Where is this? Right now.
Calm down, all of you, please. Well, Miles, if that's all proof you've got against me. You're very quiet all of a sudden. But if it's too late to back out now, the accused is the former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. There was a murder that happened in order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. But you didn't need to have bothered my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself was already said she did it. That's all that matters, end of the day. And our sentence will be lighter for it. So rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. How can I? When that was barely a testimony to begin with. That man, he is a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it. You saw a flash of something, half remembered, Kay. Nothing more. If you must believe in something, believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead. But I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use it against him. No, your police.
Hold it!
Even if the board strokes are correct, it doesn't make something true. Oh, it doesn't touch to be a stick in the mud. I'd say the bigger picture is more than enough, yeah. After all, every case has a little inconsistencies and contradictions. And if we let ourselves get bogged down in every single one, we'd never make any arrests. And once we did, the trials would drag on forever. Even you understand that, right? Not even the slightest, hence my inquiry into the details.
Oh, to be so young and pig-headed. Anyway, you need to keep digging into those little details.
Hold it!
I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report to be in critical points of contention.
Yes, I was listening, my boy. But critical is a matter of opinion.
How can you possibly suggest that the fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like to try, though, don't you? But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's a
Hold it!
press. There's no way of what we've discussed today is irrelevant. Nonetheless, you intend to bury the truth. But none of it is irrelevant, or none of it is relevant, dear my boy. The only reason you keep trying to make it relevant is because otherwise you're up the creek without a paddle.
Hold it!
Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. A is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes could be taken with the least grain of salt.
Objection!
Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I'll tell you what. Why don't you ask her one last time? Though I'm sure she'll just say she did it again. Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit. Huh? You mean me? Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could be a significant to weaken your position. I know, but there's no other way. I'd only request that be the one question to her.
You really know how to tug an old man's heartstrings, you know. But fine, ask away. One condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. I'll call the proceedings to an end, and there, agreed. Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing? Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddled head after all. Now, just so to be clear, if we ask again, and that will happen, that this girl confirms her guilt, she is officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, that sounds like a great plan, if I do say so myself. That's it? You just declare her guilty, just like that? That's the gist of it.
Is a big risk. But he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if I don't do something.
Okay.
Yes. I know this is a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be helped to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try to remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The K you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust. Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. You may have not known me for very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. Would you never commit a murder? You would never, or you could never, because this is who you really are.
Take that!
Look, Kay, look closely. Do you see this? This is who you are. I'm sorry, I just don't remember. Shit. It was the Yatagarasu necklace. Or pin. Yeah, pin. I figured I'd use the Gem and Ninja just in case it wasn't the pin.
Take that!
You are the great thief Yatagarasu. A noble outlaw who would never stoop so low to as to kill. I can't do it, I'm sorry. Because all I see is that one memory that returned. I have to face it.
Hold it!
No. The only evidence of your guilt is a confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you? No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop, I'm begging you. Ah, so that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the K I know would have done. You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes, to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now, let's try this again. Good to see yourself, Kay. Remember, a noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Kay. What's wrong? Do you remember something? Oh, I'd like to be some cliche movie plot if she did. A cow. A cow? Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details. Well, okay. What can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat, she had in her hand a stuffed cow. I can see it clearly now. Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure. And then this court acknowledges the defense's latest statements as the New Testament.
Objection!
Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept a testimony like this.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence.
Objection.
Need I remind you? You have the addled state of her memory. No. This simply won't do.
Addled? But if we claim her memory to be unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details, don't you? Where we call the validity of her memory into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action?
Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gabel's intervention. His own possession was on our side for a second.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal. I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom and believe it is yet another auction lot. Wait, that's...
Do you know something, Gabel?
No, it's just not what I imagined.
I suppose it was rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look it over carefully.
The right horn seems intact, but I can't say doing much for the overall symmetry of the stuffed toy. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it moves.
It does.
It sounds like sand being crushed. It would seem there is a recording device hidden inside. Its end.
I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself. I've waited a long time for this day, and now I finally have my revenge. Ah, shucks.
Could this be the moment of the murder? And someone made a recording of it. Hey, that's them right there. The voices I heard, sure. As eggs is eggs. Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It is possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If there were only some accompanying video footage. You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you, them's the voices I heard. And we already know that the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be when she got it. Or when she got. Yes, it's a possibility, but a weak one. Without more than your word to back it up. We need to do something more, something credible.
we need. Yet again, she seems to be stepping in hell. Judge Cavell, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment that the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words were referring to and how it's all related. Which piece of evidence proves that the voices from the murder occurred? Or which pieces of evidence prove that the voices are from when the murder occurred? I mean, I'll try this because she has the burn on her hand, but
Take that!
the coroner's preliminary findings, how do they prove anything? Indeed, what on this page shows that the voices must be from the time of the murder.
Take that!
Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out in mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. And what of it? I'm the one to burn her. I like to play with this writer all night. According to Kay's testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy. Are you sure we want to keep calling it a cow? And a burn mark, and an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned in the recording it captured. Just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right?
Overruled.
I'm not so sure it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts the recording may be from the time of the murder, in which case one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it is the one we hear the most. But that doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female. Due to the voice changers, correct. Unfortunately, but that is unavoidable. One thing, however, it becomes clear. We are now able to say that the voices that Miss Hart heard were those voices of Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I done tell you they was. We can say something else too now. Or now too. Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Do as you wish. According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, Two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. And it seems at this point is which the money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately after. And the auction carried on after that. Which all points to the one key fact. What does this latest revelation tell us? The ringleader was the killer. Since the ringleader was in the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that it cannot be the victim. Hey, Gavel? Not now, Eustace. There's a good boy. And if they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer. A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I am fully aware of that, Your Honor. And I was merely warming up to the main event. There was a certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer. Then please, hurry and show us. What was something that was placed at the scene that points the ringleader as being the killer? We haven't used this yet, so...
Take that!
Is not? Oh no! I don't get it. No surprise there. But I'm sure the rest of the room will see what I'm getting at. For once, I agree with my idiot boy. How can that be?
Take that!
Not the raincoat either? Alright, wasn't the closed box.
Take that!
Blood? No? What is the obvious thing that I don't see that's obvious?
Take that!
Okay, that's not it either. What would have been placed at the scene?
Take that!
No, no. Well, the reason we don't have that mask of the ringleader, even though they clearly showed it to us. What was something that was placed at the scene that points the ringleader had been the killer?
Take that!
So it's not a lot of saving.
Take that!
Not the appearance either. Was placed.
Take that!
Not the candelabra. Okay. Red coat. No, maybe the pitcher.
Take that!
Not the pitcher. Okay, we'll try the actual raincoat. I don't know if I've tried the raincoat yet.
Take that!
It's not the raincoat. Ugh. It's not the raincoat either. What the heck did he place? Or she, I'm assuming because it's Excelsius. I can only imagine the Excelsius.
Take that!
I'm pretty sure I already tried that, but... Okay. Something was placed.
Take that!
Not K, huh? Okay. What is left that I didn't use?
Take that!
The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the goddess statue. That was due to the blood that we originally thought that was murdered had happened in his chamber, or in this chamber. But that was simply a ruse, designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom, in order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have no reason to cover up that blood. Which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And that the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in this committee chamber, with its storeroom located just overhead. So, at the very least, we know that the murderous ringleader
has some connection to the committee. Yes, yes. And you suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that sounds hardly a surprise, right?
Objection!
You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, you're hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you've got something to share with us all. Do I have any evidence that will show that Chairman Winner is the murderer? I have evidence, all right. Evidence that proves you're the culprit. Oh, you do you? Well, do share. I can't wait to see it.
Take that!
Could you take a look for this for me, please? I'm looking, my boy. But I fear I do not quite see it. You don't understand why this piece of evidence is so crucial. Honestly, no. I can't see how it's relevant at all. Ah, I guess I chose wrong. Chairman Winner must be the murderer. But do I have any evidence to prove that? Face it, dear boy, you don't have anything on me. Do I have any evidence? I'll try again. Because it may be I don't, and I'm not sure if I do or not.
Take that!
Alright, the revenge thing is not the angle. Okay. We'll try again.
Take that!
Not the ringleader. Okay. Okay.
Take that!
It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. And he seems confident right to the get-go that he's untouchable. Which means he knows. He knows I have nothing. That was probably the right answer then. Oh, well, Miles. My boy, time to pay the piper. Ah, I've always wanted to say that. Verity, he's all yours. Wait, dang it. I just remembered something. Huh? Did you have amnesia too? Nah, just done came to me. Flash of inspiration. You know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection!
What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear he won't give up until every last tick or every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So to extinguish, we must at very least try to drag us through
this this extra crucial process again in the future.
Yeah, what she said, I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring this to a winning finish. We'll show you them how wrong they are. Fine. Let us hear what the witness has to say.
You heard the chairman, Miss Hart, if you'd be so kind. Well, all right then, here goes for nothing. The facts, Miss Hart. And nothing but the facts, please. Don't worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist, and the truth's my middle name, and I'll fib the heck out of this testimony to get you on the hook. Color me officially worried. So the ringling is the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of the auctioneer goers. Thing is, that doesn't add all up. I counted 11 people coming down the hatch, see? And then the murder happened, and then the auction started back up again. Now, I had me to look back downstairs right after that. No. And wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little duckies, all lined up in a row again.
How?
And you're sure of this, Miss Hart? Sure as can be. Your gavel ship. Saw 'em with my own two peepers.
So 11 before the murder and 11 again after means... Wait. That's a thingy? A contradiction, Eustace. Try to keep up.
Miss Hart, did you really change it? Or Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all?
Done told you already. They carried right on, like nothing even happened.
Oh, except for, it wasn't nothing much, but what is it? That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourself an auction without one. Kind of like the one Missy over there has got, but different. The auctioneer's hammer?
That's the money.
I've done heard that thing bang and clang right the way through, then nothing, just like that. So the noise the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder? If what Miss Hart's telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth.
Chalk one up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth.
Houston, shut up. See, Mr. Edgeworth, there's really nothing we could do. No, there must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. I can't.
All right, kids. Do we finally have our answers now? If so, then I do expect to make good on.
One moment, sir. I worry that I might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. A loud hold it, perhaps. Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she rescued us from the jaws of defeat.
Very well. Let us get over this, shall we? What is this matter that still remains? Why the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir? That's I'm back with the witness, Your Honor. What's it's all about? Why did you call us back here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? Did she just smack her in the head? I'll have to compress ready to shakes. Ouch! This better be good. Did somebody else drop dead? Well, might soon as they wish they had. Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you, this won't take long. Quite trying to butter me up. Cut to the chase, will you? Of course. We summon you here to confirm something. What is Judge Gambit up to? Dr. Hertz, this court asks you to provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Did you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy? Grandma doesn't make mistakes ever. That's strange. Huh? What do you mean? In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter or tamper with any way to falsify your findings? That's awful. How can you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why in the heck would why in the heck would I want to do that? To help the true culprit, of course. As if I'd know anything about that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort. Then it seems doubly strange. What other explanation it could be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why did she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately, then handed off to Mr. Winter according to the protocol, then the report shouldn't have contained any mistakes. Wait. For the record, I didn't do anything to the report. I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story. Why do I even need to? This is pointless. I'll be the judge of what's pointless. Thank you very much. We have patients waiting back at the hospital. But Grandma, ouch! We really don't have time for this. Won't you help us? Or won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is. Grandma says she'll testify. But I couldn't tell you. But could you make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer. And yet you had no qualms about taking your time buying cotton candy last time I saw you. Well then let's go as soon as we can, I presume. Assuming you're telling us the truth, that is. Give me 1 second before we start this.
Okay. There's no way there's a mistake in Grandma's report. Not never. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. We writing something wrong with as likely as Youch. And what the heck you think you call staying in the grain by doctoring a file, Don't make a lick of sense. And that's all she has to say, nothing funky here. See, just as I thought. There's no chance the good doctor doctored her findings. And you swear on the holy goddess that this testimony is true. Of course, Grandma's never lied in her.
Objection!
Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the suspect of this inquiry, not you. Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm only an ally to poor Grandma has. Go ahead and shout objection left and right. But you'll be best prepared then, ex-prosecutor. Oh, there's more... I'm more prepared, ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report. In the report. In the report. In the report. All right. There's no way a mistake in Grandma's report. Hold
it!
Never. You're saying that Dr. Hertz is infallible. She has to be. A doctor can't afford to make mistakes. Even a veteran like Grandma would be out of a job if she messed up even once. So there's no way she would. I got a whole hospital relying on me. Might be all you can work your... I've got a whole hospital relying on me. Might be a budgie or a bungle. Your work. Why is this so... I got a whole hospital relying on me. Might be you can bungle your work and survive, mister, but I can't.
Hold it!
And you really never made a single mistake in all that time. Doctoring's all about experience. The longer you've been at it, the better you get. I don't know if the same were true about prosecuting. Chairman Winter would be the best of the business. But I think we can all agree that's not the case. Oh, you really are a devil, Miles. You're also quite wrong. I've never once made a mistake either. After all, I have people to do that for me. I'm too busy for foul-ups, and luckily for me, I don't have to make them. Isn't having people just grand? Don't you go try doctoring luring me sound the same. Ain't nothing alike. Nothing alike, I tell you. Punk.
Hold it!
The victim appears to have put on this raincoat after sustaining the head injury. And yet there was not a single drop of blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem. Oh, that's ouch! I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My dang report already says that what you just said, don't it?
Objection!
Your report states that the head injury appears to be sustained post-mortem, which means the exact opposite of what I just said.
Oh, sure.
I diligently detached that report from Florence here, and she wrote it all down, just like I said. If something happened to it after that, weren't nothing to do with me. You dictated it. If you could please tell me more.
Hold it!
So just so we're on the same page, that you were conclusions regarding the body. But like I said, ouch. I'm sorry, it was death from a good hard knock on the noggin. Can you say that for certain when that knock happened, Dr. Hertz? Pre-mortem, of course. Chest would have happened after the poor girl died. I told Florence that, and she wrote it down. That's what it says in my dang report. That may be what you told her, but I think we can finally get into the truth.
Hold it!
You may not have stood yet again, gained anything from it, but what about your granddaughter? Me? I don't understand. I don't stand to gain anything either. Never mind her. What about your little friend over there? She's standing to gain something for sure. Look at you trying to accuse my sweet innocent Florence of wrongdoing. Yeah, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I wish you would tell that to Chairman Winner. Anywho, anyone to doctor that report you hear? Nobody. Did Chairman Winner change it?
Hold it!
Did anything stand out as strange to either of you when you examined the body? Let's see, what was that, Grandma? Pretty strange young fella showed up, that's for sure. A strange man who? Dressed like a dang fool. He was all frilly around the neck and such. And the dankness of all, even though we all knew it, the idiot boy was about to get fired. He still insisted on messing with my sense. Or my scene. That's right, I'm talking about you, Mr. Ruffleneck Ruffian. Crimson suited creep. Oh, so Mr. Edgeworth is a ruffian and a creep. Those are not the words you need to commit to memory, Kay. Dr. Hertz, does it sound like she's lying? No. But she only communicates through her granddaughter. We should probably make sure that the nurse Neeler is being truthful too.
Objection! Objection!
I presented it on the wrong one. I had a feeling. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself. Oh, I'll read it too. Youch. This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all. What? What do you mean exactly? I don't know. But I can say that. Miss Neeler, if you were attempting to bury Miss Hurt's truth, I will gladly hear her confession myself on behalf of the Goddess of Justice. Dr. Hurt seems to be telling Judge Gavelle something in private. What? I see. Very well, allow me to relay to everyone what you have just told me. Ain't no doubt about what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence, just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down the wrong or something. Wow, that was a great impression. Yes. But was it really necessary? In summary, there is an error in the report. And it was all because of you, Nurse Needler. The true facts have been shown to be a head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question is now, Miss Needler, why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound like if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas it seems to me, she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it. But why would she want to change it? Exactly, thanks, ow. You won't get away that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. But Grandma, You submitted a falsified report, an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation. But I can't tell you. Not don't want to, but can't. This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor, considerate girl, who's only looking after her grandma. She has nothing to do with anything, she simply made one mistake, so why not leave it there?
Objection!
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you know de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Needler's role in this crime is very important because she is the real murderer. She is the real victim. She is a co-conspirator. Let's try co-conspirator. Nurse Needler, doctor report in order to cover for her accomplice. Ouch! Oh, so she's a co-conspirator. This innocent young thing. Do you share the grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy? The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on the road. Without at least two people, it would have been possible to move the body, maintain attendee numbers, doctoral report. If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that the witness testified to being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense. Hey, watch it. You don't call my good word into question now, too. That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word.
which means there must be a co-conspirator. I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong.
Objection!
I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things will start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, there would have been indeed 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well, so that's what you're thinking, is it? It's certainly an intriguing theory. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away. I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looks strikingly different from the victim's build and stature. With the help of the mask, she could easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anyone noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction? I wouldn't do something like that. Now tell us, the ringleader, who are they? I can't tell you, I just can't. It hurt Grandma too. Ow. But Grandma, don't worry about me, I can take it. You just tell me everything, child. But, Grandma. So I was right. She was an accomplice. Miss Needler, why? Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself? Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma. But I'm alright now. I confess it, I changed places with Miss Ringer. So you admit that you were working with the ringleader? Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them. The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim. They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counter plan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there. Now hold it right there, Missy. I don't see nothing, and my eyes don't lie. If you'd have been there from before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole time, though. Through. And you weren't. You weren't there for a bit of it. But I'm not lying. Well, that's easy for you to say. But if you were lying about altering the report only a few minutes ago, I think we're all aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say our friend, the nurse, was hiding, Nurse Needler hid while she was waiting in the storeroom. Would it be this box finally? Yay! She hid inside the closed box. Oh, she did she? Huh? Well, that was the whole time. Even before moseyed on in. But I like it done told you. It had chains around it. I wanted to hide in there myself, really. But it was locked up tight. And had to go elsewhere. I'd imagine it's because Nurse Needler was already lying in there before the time you arrived. That's right, we didn't want anyone to open it for... We would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait. And it was time for my part of the plan. And they wrapped the whole box in chains. I think it would have took the elevator downstairs not so long after. It was just before the auction was due to start. So the auction was beginning. You and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom. Yeah, I think so. The auction proceeds as it... The auction proceeded as it always did, until a certain customer came up to complete her purchase. That's when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around the room. You betcha. I was behind the statue there shaking like a dang leaf the whole time. In the middle of their quarry, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. I'd imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler's whole role was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. The two of them returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does it about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler? Yes, in fact, that's exactly what happened. Hold up. So you just walked right back on in and nobody noticed? That's two completely different people we're talking about. They're telling me not a one of the other folks down there at the auction house counted on. Why would they? The other auctioneer goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because she did her best impression of Miss Ringer and her mannerisms. With her face covered, who could have noticed the difference? You're yanking my chain, right? Ain't nobody took one look at what else she was wearing. That's who. Aww. I mean, I figured with that selection she would already had the clothes, but alright. As we see, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules require attendees to wear their mask at all times. If Nurse Needler were wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been the wiser. No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and ouch! And left the poor child in her smalls. Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It would have been nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put that raincoat on her. So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus the auction was able to carry on as before. Guess the part where I caught the red raincoat on film came just after. Yeah, must be. Then it all makes sense. Right after that was when I went over and looked downstairs through the gap of the elevator. Spied on 11. My little happy auction goers. Then I snuck into my little hidey hole. Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that. Well, that's not exactly. What is it? Did something happen? So maybe I ought to mention this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. She just went. She's just like, well, passed out, unconscious, you might say. What happened? Nothing much. Kind of silly Sally, really. But there was kind of sudden loud noise, and it startled me, just a little bit, you know. All right, maybe more than a little. But I just witnessed a murder, so I can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess that got my heart shook and my head beat before I knew it. I was out like a light. By the time I came to, I was next to it was next dang day, and there were all clanking down that ladder. I see. So you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that. Not per se, but... Well, after the auction was over, the masks were back on track. So I reckon the guests done finished up and filed out of there one by one, like they was supposed to do. Nurse Needler, once the auction had restarted. That's exactly what you were doing. I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the closed box as I'd been instructed. It had a dead body inside after all. Imagine if somebody else had won it. We would be in real trouble then. So you had the idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime. No, not until we came back up, so I could pay for it. Then we noticed. The ringleader told me to go back and look for her right away. Except I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead. Kay. Yeah, she must have fallen from the roof, had been knocked unconscious. Guess the victim must have fell the hatch wide open, huh? That would explain it. Kate would have been in such shock seeing Miss Ringer fall motionless right in front of her that she wouldn't have been the opening, or she wouldn't have seen the open in the hatch fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing into the storeroom floor. Yeah, I suppose. I can't believe something like that had done knocked me out for so long ago. So in summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we've got a good grasp on what occurred up to this point now. Nurse Needler, if you would continue. Sure, so I found Kay in the next... I found Miss Ringer, and then I put both of them in a closed box. We couldn't risk any auctioneers going to seeing them. That would have caused a real hullabaloo. Was that your idea, or the ringleader's? Theirs. But putting on the raincoat of Miss Ringer was my own idea. So I tried to get rid of it before they found out what I did. Something I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case. And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in an auctioneer's outfit we'd preparated. Prepared, not prepared. Of course, which completed the deception and made everyone think she was an auctioneer. All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing anything. And that was that. Now that we know that the extent of your crimes, Miss Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you do it immediately. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Oh, except for one thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ouch. Dang right, you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you? So that's where you draw the line. So taking our clothes was okay. Our hair are totally different. The style, length, and even everything, I kind of panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. There was one straight one and one wavy one. And they were both stashed in the clothes box. 2 wigs, but why? Right, I wondered that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took a straight one. And that's the one that matched her hair on that day. Leaving wavy wig in the box. I have to get something to drink real quick. And that's everything you know. There's nothing else you're forgetting. No, huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything. And I take it you really have no idea who the ringleader might be. Sorry, I only know that they were in charge of the auction. I didn't even see them without their mask on. And they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone. Yarr. And if I can't get something concrete on them... Oh, well, Miles. Are we about done? You've proven that the nurse was part of the murder plot, but sadly for you, it doesn't change a whole lot. Because it doesn't prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. And justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake. Is this it? Am I going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Franziska von Karma? Franziska, what are you doing here? As I told you before, Miles, where the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for bending the way of the prosecutor. I understand that. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In the desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that. Perhaps yourself, Miles Edgeworth, for a final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first injury she suffered, not the second. Well... Well, someone say something. Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Francisca, but we already proved that ourselves. You, what? Yes, just a few moments ago. Ow! Well, why didn't you say it sooner? You didn't exactly give us a chance. And I suppose you know about the murder weapon too. No, not yet. Ha, good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface. And the wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem. A circular surface.
Objection!
And you're certain for that, I assume. Your sources are above board. Two trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more.
Objection!
That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping. Of what? I'm a prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction. And this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining related parties, especially the victim. My, you've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear? Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Sadly, the murder weapon itself is yet to be identified. Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two. But guys, I didn't turn up any other weapon during my investigation. And yet, no one needed only to think about the setting and auctioneer's tools. And answering should be obvious. An object with a circular surface used in an auction would obviously be talking about what would an auctioneer's have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course. But we never found one of those. If the auctioneer's was indeed the killer, it does seem that likely a candidate for a murder weapon. But without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that. Oh, I have the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon. Oh, shoot.
Take that!
What on earth are you talking about, Miles? Put away that thing before I stick my whip on you. Yeah, before. That was just now. I was figuring the head wound, but okay, that's not it. All right. If I guess this.
Take that!
No shit. Was on the wrong item. Was on the wrong item. No. Yeah.
Take that!
No, no. Okay. I guess the head wound is not. Do I have a blunt object in my hand or in my stuff that?
Take that!
No. Hmm. Was that supposed to be a?
Take that!
No. Okay. I guess that one thing was not meant to be a hammer hit. I don't know what evidence I have that would suggest it was the hammer. I don't feel like I gained much new.
Take that!
I just hit it because it was a nail. Does she have a hammer?
Take that!
Not the statue? Okay. I don't have a picture of the statue, so I have no clue. Don't know what it's holding.
Take that!
Stop whipping me, Francesca. This really hurts.
Take that!
I don't know if I used that yet already. Oh, what the heck is it?
Take that! Take that!
Hard statement, maybe?
Take that!
Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that it was very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Now, so why would that be? I'll tell you why, because it just had been used in a murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be exposed of, isn't that right, Chairman Winner? I'll have our people look into this right away. Oh, you really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? If you can't dedicate yourself because when you're wrong, when can you, He seems very confident that I'll never find it. Very well. Search for the murder weapon will be conducted in the meantime. This court is in recess.
To be continued.
Save your progress. Yes. Miss Von Karma, if you could be so kind to update us on the progress in search. Give me 1 second, guys.
Give me a shake.
Sorry, I apologize for that. It is extremely warm in my room right now. It's like a sauna. And I think it's almost winter. And it's like burning up in here. Miss Von Karma, if you would be so kind to update the progress of the research of the search. It's not good news, I'm afraid. The entire big building has been searched from top to bottom, and no auctioneer's hammer was found anywhere. That's bad news indeed. Then we have no choice to move ahead with the verdict. Ah, such a terrible shame. But I suppose a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. It's certainly not expected from the first-rate criminal mind. No, there's just not enough to work with here. I can't let any further on my own. Yes, it's a real tragedy, but such is life, I suppose. I was just thinking back over the defendants we've made plea deals with over the years. Perhaps people poured their hearts out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then when it came to their sentencing, sob, I'd recommend life prison every time. For every single one. Oh, if only we could see them sniffle the stupid, dumbfounded look on their faces. The verdict is now passed, and all present will be accepted by the goddess's word as law. There's nothing more I can do. There's nothing more I can do. Kay and I are both. If only we had some proof. I never imagined I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances. The end of the road, huh? By the power vested in me. Excelsius winner. The court hereby indicts you for your crimes. What? Huh? What on earth's gotten to your vanity? I submit the court's consideration for the case file of a certain incident, namely the IS-7 incident, a murder that took place 18 years ago. But what does that file have to do with... Wait, you mean... Your late night visit to this chamber was to... Precisely, I came here to retrieve these documents. Though sadly, it would seem that I arrived too early to catch the auction itself. When we spoke of the matter before, I implied that I had come to retrieve the files pertaining to your own case. You'll have to forgive me. That was a ruse to buy myself more time. What the heck are you doing, Gavel? You can't just accuse my dad. My dad? Without proper grounds? It's defamation. An excellent observation, Eustace. It is? And of course, you have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated. Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artie Frost's body went missing. My papa fabricating information. What is the meaning of this? Ian Seidman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report the body had gone missing. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. Von Karma and deliberately withheld information in order to bring him down a few pegs.
What?
This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes or challenge their power, and they're known to go to extreme lengths in order to bring those who defy them to heel. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, they were even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident.
What? She was responsible for the fake report?
What you have to understand, Grandma, she's not a bad person. She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice.
He?
The person in question was the chief prosecutor at the time. The chief prosecutor 18 years ago. Or,
The chief prosecutor 18 years ago?
no. The man who gave Papa the first penalty of his career. Excelsius winner. It was you.
Objection!
What are you talking about? My dad would never do something like that.
Overruled.
You're an idiot and he's an asshole.
I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on this matter is not needed here. Well, Chairman Winner, do we have anything to say for yourself?
All that nonsense with the body. That was Manfred's doing. Such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report. Hilda, how could you? I can't believe naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back.
Hold it!
Wait a minute.
We could just ask her why she did it. She is standing right over there, after all. Wait, Grandma, can't. She's ouch. Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I. Right, exactly. If I didn't, everybody would have been found out about what you did. They said you were going to charge you if I didn't help you with their plan. They said he wouldn't. That he would just had to do it. What the auctioneer said. So you were coerced into it. Were you, Nurse Needler? And just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Winner. I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help them was the auctioneer. And they definitely looked to be about the same build as the chairman, but I never did saw their face. Well, there must be something, any detail, no matter how small, would do. Oh wait, their mask didn't cover their whole face. The part that wasn't covered had a tattoo on it. I remembered that much for sure. A tattoo.
Objection!
This sounds all very dramatic, but I really don't know what you're talking about. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I don't know where one. I don't know if there was one. Would you? Wouldn't you? Or, hold on, let me do that again. My brain is malfunctioning. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I think I'd know if there was one, wouldn't you? Which means I can't be the ringleader, no matter how much you might want me to be. I only hope you can figure out who this shameless manipulator might be. Oh,
Overruled.
Your contempt for this courtroom is an assault to the goddess. Are you sure it's not you who's feeling insulted here? I am not the only one who has been trying to bring you to justice. Miss Ringer had been trying too. And I refuse her to sacrifice to be in vain. Young Rosie was looking to take me down, you say. But why? I barely know her, Sniffle. I've always had a certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember ever catching that particular eye. You barely knew the victim. Why do I believe that new statement? The goddess demands you to offer your full testimony on the record. So that's how it's going to go. You seem to have me until the very break. Well, that's the way you want to play it. Fine. I'll destroy you all. Every last one of you. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to work with you on this one. I doubt we'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So let me make the most of this opportunity. Of course, Your Honor. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, Chairman Winner, you will tell this court everything you know about Miss Ringer. Wait. Now she's on our side? All of that stabbing you've been doing this entire game, now you want to be on our side? Come on now. Young Rosie was a member of the chairman, or a member of the committee, of course. But we'll never had any personal interactions, at least none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. I'll have absolutely no idea why she was after me. So you don't even accept you're part of any of this. Of course he doesn't. He isn't guilty. How could he be? He's my dad. The winner of the winners. That's very kind of you, Eustace. But you need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me. Right, you got it. I won't let him pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. Dad. I believe in you, Dad. You'll beat Edgeworth. I know you will. Yes. You're really such a sweet, simple child. He really loves his dad, doesn't he, huh? But that's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes. No matter how much he respects him. Regardless of their situation in life, all criminals will be made to atone to their sins in time. This won't be easy on Mr. Winner, but it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this.
Hold it!
As a member of the committee, you must have had been familiar with her face. Sure, but that's about all. I saw her every once in a while.
Hold it!
So you're saying that you barely knew the victim at all? That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, my boy, yes. Why would I never even knew about the burn mark on her hand? You didn't? I mean, that's the point, Sniffle. You get to know someone before you know it, they're gone. It's become such a pain to remember things about others.
They're here one day and they're gone the next. Yes, because they dare to stand up to you and you make them disappear. If you could please add your remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Runa.
Hold it!
You sure you didn't know about the burn mark? You really don't let up, do you? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar on their hand or who doesn't. But this wasn't just any old scar. I'd say it's pretty noticeable, in fact. Perhaps under normal circumstances, but now that I think about it, Miss Ringer always did wear gloves. Truth be told, I wasn't aware of the burn mark until after the incident myself. The victim's hands were always covered in a pair of gloves. It makes sense, of course. People can be very self-conscious about such things. I can sympathize, being something of a sensitive soul myself. I hope you're not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony.
Hold it!
So you remember her always wearing gloves? I mean, it's something of a trademark of hers, yes. Who knew it was to hide a bird mark? I always imagined it was just a fashion statement. Does your little friend there have something to hide under all those bandages? I wonder. Who, me? No, I don't have anything to hide. You don't? Not even the stony visage of a cold-blooded murderer?
Objection!
If anyone here is hiding such a thing, it's you. And I'll expose your true face, if it's the last thing I do. Ho 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 ho! You never fail to entertain, my boy. Go ahead and do your worst. So, Miss Ringo always wore gloves. That reminds me of something. I should look over the evidence again. I'm gonna press these two statements real quick.
Hold it!
You never had any trouble with her personality. Oh, don't be silly, my boy. I'm far too important these days for such trivialities. By all accounts, her works was unimpeachable. Besides, our difference in standing meant we hardly ever interacted. But that doesn't prove you didn't kill her, does it? Well, you should say that, wouldn't you? Everything to save your little friend, hmm? It certainly seems that Miss Ringer had some personal interest in you, at least. Indeed, indeed. But I can't, for the life of me, imagine why. Too bad. So sad. Without motive, you can't logic your way into pinning this on me.
Hold it!
You have no idea why she was after you. Let's see now. It's because Dad was a real catch. I suppose you could say that, yes. The admirers, they come stiffle. And then they go again. You could even dream of being like my dad. Very true. I doubt many ordinary people could quite the match for his achievements. It's remarkable, really, to have so many people come into life, then for so many to leave it. I certainly won't complain if you choose to leave, Verity, my dear. I think it's far more likely that you'll be the one leaving today in handcuffs. Yes, very droll. But you think I'm finished. You'll be sorely disappointed.
I have to think back over what about the victim.
If you're not sure how to approach this, take another look at the evidence.
You just might
Find new way to interpret old information.
Are you trying to help me, Franziska?
I'm trying to help Kay Faraday. I could care less about you. You love him, shut up.
Nice to see she's really read Kay. In her own road. Or in her own. In her own. Franziska's sort of way.
The ringleader prepared wigs in order to enable their accomplice to disguise herself as Miss Ringer. One wig was straight up and the other wavy. Miss Ringer, his hair was straight, not wavy, so the wavy not used. Oops. I was gonna look at it, not present it. I don't know, Miles. Any thoughts, Eustace? Beats me, I guess. It doesn't. Right. I thought so too. Ah, these two are the worst.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, it's okay.
I'm not about to give up just yet, Kay.
I'm going to prove that you're innocent one way or another.
I want to look at it and just... But... It's not wearing gloves there. It's not wearing gloves here. Sure, this is Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it! Objection!
Okay, not that. All right. Damn it. No. Oh no. Controller is dying. Oh, come on. Just charge. Oh, it doesn't help that it's... Alright, stop that. Is it not flat? Okay. Not sure. Where is Eddie at? You think he'd be here? Alright, I have to look over the evidence again. So I'm assuming it might be like one of these.
Objection!
I'm a dum-dum. I should have picked this one first.
So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. If she did, that raises a rather important question and highlights quite a contradiction.
A contradiction, you say, really?
If we listen again to the conversation that was captured on this stuffed cow. Guys, that's not a cow. This stuffed bull. You'll soon see what I mean.
Oh no, you can't hide that burn from me.
Nothing to say for yourself. I've waited long for this day, and have finally had my revenge. And finally have my revenge. We can reasonably be certain that what we just heard wasn't important that the victim was attacked. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. We assume that those were the words of the killer. And where's the problem in that? It seems like a perfectly sensible assumption to me. And I'm afraid not, Chairman Winner. For you see, the victim was always wearing gloves, as you just testified. Then the burn mark on her hand would have not been visible to our killer.
Objection!
You see, as gloves can be easily removed, she could have taken them off during the auction.
That's...
But she hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. So they must have been on her hands when she was being murdered too.
What are you saying, my dear?
You know how much trouble you're in, don't you? No, I'm not scared of you anymore. And I have Grandma on my side now. Now it's time for you to pay the piper, Winner. You dang devil. I see. So you're both looking to disappear too.
I see you're both looking to disappear too. That can be arranged. If not this time, Excelsius winner. The only person disappearing will be you.
Objection!
Hey, you can't talk to my dad like that. Who cares if the burn was covered up? Why does that even matter?
Objection!
Oh, it matters. Because it turns out our understanding of the burn mark on because it turns the understanding of the burn mark on its head. Whoa, what do you mean? What can in fact the victim's burn mark covered up possibly tell us? The murderer had a burn mark too. That's probably not it. The victim didn't have a burn mark. There were no burn marks at all. I'm kind of thinking it would be one of the bottom two. Because I don't think the murderer would matter. The victim never had a burn mark in the first place. You might want to take another look at the picture of her body, Edgeworth. Because I'd say that it looks like a burn mark on her hand. Okay, that's not it. You didn't even pause to think about that one. Another murderer was unable to the victim's burn mark. What did her secret see? What does that tell us? Hey, you're going to give us a sensible answer sometime this century? The burn marks were nothing but an illusion. Whereas there was never any at all. Except for still you want to Mr. Ringer's hand, Mr. Ringer. Okay, it's the top one? Yes, so there is. If the murderer was unable to see the victim's burn mark, what did the speaker see? And what does that tell us? Well, if Celsius has a burn on him, that's obvious because he's always playing with a lighter. Hey, you want to give us a sense of air or something? Because it can't be my dad. Think about it like this, Mr. Winner. The victim was wearing gloves, therefore the burn mark on her hand would have not been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it? That was being referenced in the recording. Somebody who, wasn't the victim? Precisely. Which would only mean that the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. Or put it in another way. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Those words were spoken not by the murderer, but by the victim. No way! My dad? My dad? Nuisance, my boy. Would you mind stepping aside for a second? Yeah, my dad. Look, Miles, it's nice that you have your fun, your little flights of fancy, but let's get serious. So the murderer had a burn mark now, really well. Your little theory will either take flight or die depending on your answer here, I'm afraid. He's not messing around. I had to figure out where that burn mark was and fast. I wonder where he could have been. All the auction people were in disguises, right? Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet in spite of that, the burn mark was visible on the victim somehow. Which means... Well, shall we? Enlighten us. Why don't you? Where was the murderer's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence.
Take that!
Here's my evidence. The outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the auction. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner. And exactly what is that supposed to tell us?
Objection!
A suit, white gloves, and a mask. This disguise would have covered almost all of your skin. According to Nurse Needler's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover the entire face. And not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on a part that was exposed, but was it a tattoo, or did she simply mistake a burn for a mark for one? A burn mark on the face?
Objection!
Sorry to interrupt while you're so clearly enjoying yourself, dear boy. But I regret to inform you that none of the committee members has such a burn. Myself included, of course. But Dad, Dad, you Dad, but Dad. Eustace, do you think you can be quiet, please? You can be foolish on your own. Sometime later. Dad. Well, you might be an annoyance most of the time, Mr. Winner. But on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is a good indicator that the truth could hope for. And it gives me such a needed confidence boost concerning another theory of mine. Namely, who was the one unexplained item belonged to? What's the matter with Mr. Winter? I think he might be in shock. After all, he usually is the last to figure things out. But in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows his father indeed, the real murderer. He's sad because he knows the truth. So it's better not to know the truth at all. No, Kay. It is what we came for. It doesn't matter how we get there. The important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me once, right when I needed to hear it the most. And I know it's time to repay the favor and show the truth of your innocence. So please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you show me? I very much intend to. Oh, you don't know when to give up, do you? Where is this burn then? Perhaps you could point it out to me. But you can't, can you? Because it's nowhere to be found. Just like your evidence that I'm the killer. Yeah, hunt for contradictions all you like. You won't find any for my dad. Because my dad, a winner through and through.
Objection!
I understand, Mr. Winter. I completely understand why you don't want to believe it's true. But if you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live. Dad, what'd you do? I just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father out, Eustace, you could try thinking for your own for once in a while. Once in your life. You useless nitwit. But you're my dad. Don't make fun of me. I try all the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to school you wanted me to go to. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. Then you give these to the valedictorians. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy and graduated top in my class. I tried to be like you and win as many trophies as I could.
Objection.
You really are just simpleton, aren't you? Those tests you aced. I had the school give you perfect scores on all of them. Those debate and speech competitions you won. The judges were all friends of mine. If you never even realized that much, there's no hope for you, I'm afraid, none at all. You're no son of mine. Even you must see that. My dad. You don't like me, my dad. Gone. My own son. They all leave in the end. Oh, I mean, boo-hoo-hoo. Even when he was trying, he was failing. And he did it all for me. Then he should have tried harder. You're a disgrace. You don't even deserve to be a father. And you certainly don't deserve to be the chairman of this committee. Even I feel sorry for the boy now. Poor Mr. Winter. Explain yourself, Chairman Winter. Just what do you think your son is to treat him in such a way? An utterly useless pawn sounds about right. But you're one to talk Verity. You tried to worm your way into my trust by using nuisance too. I cannot deny it, however. I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. He may not be naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some ways, he tries harder than anybody. That's what I have witnessed during my time with him. Yet, you would call him useless. How could you?
Objection.
Oh, because he is, Verity, my girl. He is utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him. Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering of the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment onto Excelsius Winter. Thank you, Your Honor. I have more than ready to do so. If the ringleader had a visible mark on their face that night, then it would follow Chairman Winter is currently hiding the mark somehow. Exactly how was he dressed during the auction? That will be the key to solving this case at last. Now then, your answer please. Which piece of evidence will help reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face? I don't know this one. No, I don't know this one.
Take that! Overruled.
I figured he put it on. There's one key difference between the auctioneer and the chairman standing in front of us. The burn mark we're looking for is hiding on or just on the other side. If I need to find a piece of evidence that will reveal it and shove it in his face. Now's the time, Mr. Edgeworth. Call the guys to find it. Okay. Well, yeah, you sure. Very well, then, please.
Take that! Overruled!
Dang it. I'm not 100% sure. Now, why did I get this?
Take that!
I only had to do it because it was new and I don't know what this would have. Maybe it's the final item you present at the end of the case. Maybe I give it to Franziska or Gumshoe. Or maybe even Verity. I don't know. We haven't used this for anything, I don't think. Yeah, okay.
Overruled!
I mainly picked it just to let the bar go. No, we can't do it right now. And with that, you close your book. Alright. I know I keep messing this up, Verity, but I... my plan. No, both want. Good luck getting revenge. What happened 12 years ago?
Take that!
I don't think we used the masks for anything either. Maybe we don't.
Take that! Overruled!
I have no clue. It's gonna be the one that's like the most obscure, I think.
Take that! Overruled!
Verity, help me out. You present it. Okay.
Take that!
Recall Nurse Needler's testimony, if you will. There is one thing we never quite resolved. The second wig. The one that wasn't used. I seem to remember it being wavy. What are you two talking about? Nurse Needler apparently found some very interesting items when she swapped the places with the victim. And what did they have to do with the burn mark? She found were two wigs. One intended her to make it look like the victim. But what's the other one for? I don't understand. Or I suppose it wasn't meant to be a spare. It doesn't take a huge leap of information to see the truth. Compare Chairman Winter's current appearance. That of the ringleader was described to us. Stop it, Stifle. Stop staring at me. One prominent difference presents itself. His face, or rather, what's around it. You mean? It wasn't a wig after all? Indeed, not a wig intended for the top of the head. In any case, it was a fake beard all along. Wasn't it, Excelsius Winner? This is why. Or this. Why this is my own, dear boy. How very unkind of you to suggest otherwise. We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth. And how he desperately tried to cover for you, even in the light of his realization. Yet you still feared he might expose you. So rather than take that risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew that your beard hides a prominent burn mark. Chairman Winner, I insist you remove the beard this instant. Oh God. Why is it a skull? There. It is, the burn mark. Mr. Edgeworth, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess, you have my thanks. No, thank you. I could have done it all without you. Excelsius Winner, in the name of the goddess, I hereby pronounce my verdict. Guilty. In the matter of the murder of Miss Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty. Mr. Edgeworth, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself. That was very kind of you. There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor. No, as a friend. It was the least I could do. I learned that Chairman Winner has been safely delivered to the detention center. That search for the missing auction hammer continues, however. We're talking about Chairman Winner here, so it's highly likely that it's already been destroyed. In addition, there is one matter I must inform of you. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not a part of his plan. What? How could that be? He claims he and Mrs. Needler found this letter on Miss Ringer's person. And that they found the second letter on Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seem to ones of the correspondence. So he leapt to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other. That's quite the conclusion to jump to. As he read the letters, that's when he came up with his idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. So he decided to place the victim in a very conspicuous place. Namely, in her left chest pocket. Sounds to me like he's just trying to make excuses for himself. Guest certainly thought the same. Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch
ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. Under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not escape justice. And with that one of his duties which I have entrusted with is complete at last. Judge Gavel, before you go, can you tell us what you know about the Chairman Winner came to murder Miss Ringer? There's more there, isn't there? Yes, and I suppose you have earned the right to the whole truth. Uh-oh, Lord Dump. Miss Ringer once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground auctions as a freelance journalist. Before he could uncover the truth behind the auctions, he was disappeared. All Miss Ringer was left were the memories and the personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first. I see. So the story behind this case. While the goddess does not condone the acts of wanton vengeance, Miss Ringer's actions have exposed Chairman Winner's crimes at last. So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing Celsius Winner and the corruption at the heart of the committee. Does anyone know what happened to Mr. Winner? I'm afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Do you have any idea why? Probably because I wasn't there for him just now, when he needed me the most. Oh, really? I feel really bad for him. But don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. And no matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. Trust me. A father's influence isn't easily erased, but in time he can hopefully try to change his ways. You're right. You've got to be. I can change too, I wonder. I can move on with my life. Are you okay, Kay? How's that head feeling? I'm fine, thank you. I'm so sorry, Kay. You were my patient. I had a responsibility to you. Instead, I let them accuse you of youch. Dang right. We ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, Missy. Mind is where it all begins. You're right, Grandma. Speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like, with a little bit more time, maybe I'll be able to remember some more. Please forgive me. I had better be on my way. I am to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a bit. The Bronco Knight case, huh? Who is the defense attorney? It was supposed to be Miss Ringer, but as she is no longer with us, we're still in process of finding her replacement. Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Word and Lagarde. And of course, until we find Eustace, there ain't anybody to act as prosecution either. In any case, I must take my leave. Wait, please. What about Mr. Edgeworth's badge? What's going to happen to it now? With its chairman under arrest and the committee activities have been suspended for the time being. So to answer your question, it's complicated. It's all up to the goddess now. But
Don't worry about it, Kay. It's a consequence of my own making. And I assume you don't... And I assume you don't mean to change your mind. Of course not. I choose the path of the truth. And I choose it willingly. With Chairman Winter out of the picture, justice is in the hands of the righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the Prosecutor again, Mr. Edgeworth, I would be more happy to facilitate such a decision. It is very kind of your offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure I want it anymore. I see. It seems we were destined to continue on different paths then. Well, I trust you'll keep my badge safe until they converge again. With all I have. In the meantime, I have here taken, or I have a token of the Goddess Mercy. You may return this book to the rightful owner. Kay's promised notebook. It seems it was due to be sold in the auction, and the name Kay written on its cover. Chairman Winter made the connection immediately and knew who it belonged to. And it was the name of one of the letters after all. Letters he claimed to know nothing about. I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them. Yes, he also had something else to say. Apparently he thought Miss Faraday was after her notebook, and Miss Ringer was after his life. And their respective goals which led them to cooperate and infiltrate the auction together. Unfortunately for him, he misread the situation completely, and it was all just happenstance. If Kay had known a defense attorney who was a member of the committee, there's no way she would have told me. She wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her. Haha, your belief in her is touching. While the notebook did become part of the Chairman Winter's cover-up scheme, it is also a treasured possession of Miss Faraday's, which is why I would like her to have it back, as I'm sure would the goddess. Thank you. I pray it helps her recover her lost memories. How'd I get her on my side? What is this nonsense? They were also like prickly and evil in the first 3 chapters. Or well, that they were in at least. Because they weren't in the first one. They were in 2, 3, and 4. Is this everything alright? Judge Gavell wanted me to return something important to you. Ah, isn't that... Always greet people with a smile, even if you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Daddy. I wrote them all down, Daddy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep all my promises and be a real hero when I grow up, just like you. Oh wait, I forgot to write one down. The most important promise of all. A promise number 5. I always try to be the hardest to learn about things I don't understand. Or things that you don't understand. Hehe. I remembered it just how you said it. And now I'll never forget it. Memory unlocked. Always try your hardest. Learn about things you don't understand. That's right. I have to try. Oh, what the? I'm Kay Faraday, the
great thief who will second year graduate assistant to Mr. Edgeworth. Kay, is that really you? Can't say I'm a little embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back. And I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edgeworth. You never stopped helping me, even when I was totally lost, and you couldn't remember anything. Thank goodness. You certainly seem to be back. Okay, so this is Ryu, huh? Welcome back. It's so good to know you're better. I can sleep easy now. Now that I found you, don't go dare losing that memory of yours again. Young lady, you hear? Miss Dealer, Dr. Hertz. Thank you a lot for looking after me. And if you ain't really better, how about you oughta... And if you ain't really better, how about you get out of them dang hospital duds? Oh yeah, I washed all your clothes for you here. I thought they were Detective Gumshoe. He handed them over to us after he came back from forensics. And did it happen to mention if forensics found anything of note? I didn't ask. Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, Kay. I want to see. Wait, what about our bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them. Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old lump to the head, but she wasn't really hurt otherwise. But then, why all the bandages in the first place? Prevention is better cure than a stitch in time saves 9. Those are just a few of my mottos. Both of which painfully annoys practices for your patients. Okay, Kay, transformation time. Transformation? Yeah, now this is what I'm talking about. Fits like a stolen glove. That smile suits you better, too. As I always did. Thanks to you, too, Miss Von Karma. I'm so glad you showed up when you did. I simply came when Scruffy asked me to. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see you're back, too. Your old self, too. Speaking of Gummy, where is he? Who knows? Perhaps the well of his devotion ran dry, and certain someone threw away his badge. Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, I have to get going, and I'll be taking those two with me. Wait, what's going to happen to them? Acting as an accomplice in murder and forging autopsy report 18 years ago, their crimes can't be allowed to go unpunished. But the fact that Excelsior winners coerced them into cooperating will, of course, be taken into account. Don't worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and me are together, we'll be alright. Take care, Kay Verde. Until we meet again. So, Kay, I know you only got your memory back, but I need to ask you a few questions. Sure, ask away. What happened to the day you lost your memory? What were you doing? Let's see, somebody asked me to meet them at Gourd Lake, but I didn't know who it was. So I was there looking up the moon when someone in a red raincoat started walking towards me. They must have drugged me somehow. That's because I fell unconscious. What? I'm not sure I follow. Kay was at Gourd Lake, looking up at the moon. Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of a building. I was in a daze stumbling around up there when I saw a person in a red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was surprised and stumbled backwards. And when I was falling, everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything.
The person in red raincoat. Who in the world were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Yeah, thinking makes my head hurt. Just breathe, Gay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. I imagine the root of the cause of confusion is... You fell down a hatch. You fell quite a ways. It is a wonder your memories were a little muddled. Sure, falling down that hatch is how I lost my memory, but that doesn't seem like the direct cause of my confusion, I don't think. I suppose not. She's got a point. Just before you found yourself, you were at Gourd Lake. There's only one reason I can think of your memories so jumbled up. Really? And that is? I imagine the root your cause of your confusion is your memory were in two different locations. I imagine you were all mixed up in your mind because you were at Gourd Lake one minute and then atop a big building the next. Because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind blended your memories of the two together. Huh? But those are two different places. I know it's pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily. I believe the things on the roof may have made you more likely to become confused. I want to say the stand, but it could be the tree. Let's do the stand.
Take that!
There are two key similarities, yeah, between the scene down at Gourd Lake and the top of the big building. Cherry blossoms and the food stands. Wait, you're right. Those similarities are what caused your memories of both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair. They were walking towards you from across the park. But in your blurry memory, that same sight played over the viewing platform instead. No way. Who steals the great thief's memories, huh? That's just cheating. Even still, that doesn't answer the question on who attacked Kay in the park. Was it a person in the red raincoat she saw? Do you hear that? It sounds like coming from the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look. Well, hoo-wee, I smell another scoop on the offing. You're still here? Give me 1 second.
All right. I don't know where my little earpiece thing went. It fell off my thing. Where the hell did it go? I don't see it anywhere. On the floor? I don't see it. Now it won't stay on my head correctly, so it's like, It's coming from this little gadget here, Miss Edgeworth. This transceiver. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. It's still going. But I'm no good with technology. Come on, you have to pick it up. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edgeworth. Hey, if you could refrain from answering strange calls for me.
Mr. Edgeworth, I presume.
I know that voice. Shelly the Killer. Congratulations.
Congratulations on another soft case. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved yet. Can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident.
How do you even know about this case?
That's not what's important right now. Let's focus on a certain individual for the time being, shall we?
I have indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. Not that how we explain a piece of evidence that proved so damning case to case. No way, an evil mastermind, but who? Who?
Who indeed? Perhaps you should share your thoughts.
What evidence points to someone else's involvement?
Take that!
This right here proves somebody else was behind all this. I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Sadly, neither do I.
That wasn't it. There's clearly one suspicious piece of evidence. What was it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what evidence proves there was someone else's involvement?
Take that! Take that! Take that!
I don't know if I've ever used the magenta flower for anything. That's one reason why I picked it.
Take that!
Try hard statement. Nah.
Shelly, I don't know who is involved.
Take that! Take that!
I honestly don't know, to be perfectly honest.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
I have no clue. Okay, Faraday?
Take that! Take that!
Are you gonna present everything you have in here?
Take that!
Have I tried everything?
Take that!
The letter case supposedly wrote to the victim.
Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that.
So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? Oh,
I'm not know anyone who know.
And how we don't know it was you.
Now, why would I do such a thing like that? I believe the truth can fully come to light in a court of law. But since you've had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. So will it all end? I, for one, will be watching from the sidelines with interest.
Even knows about my badge.
Oh, one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now I bid you farewell.
What the heck did he mean by the case hasn't been fully resolved? And why is he so interested in us anyway? Everything's just one giant ball of mysteries. It seemed to only scratch the surface of this case. But even without my badge, it's going to carry on doing what I can. However, this ends. One thing's for certain. Come what may, I will expose the truth.
Turnabout Forsaken. The end. Heck yeah. Alrighty. That's fantastic. Turnabout for the Ages, Chapter 5. Eustace is in it, I guess, because his silhouette's there. All right, we will do this one tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Friday. We'll start it up and try to get through it as fast as we can. Alrighty, guys, I will see you all next